All right, well, good morning, everyone. Hearing an echo. Is there an echo? Let's try that again. Testing. Want to check over there? Oh, there it is. Perfect. All right, well, let's try that again. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee for the public hearing agenda for Tuesday, March 26, 2024. We have 3 items on the agenda today, so let's get started. The first is a resolution for review. It's a House joint resolution. It's the appointment of Sonia Roel Asare of Windsor to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission, and I believe she is joining us via Zoom today. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand.
I'm sorry.
Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks you might have.
Thank you. So I'll begin I did present and provide a copy of my written testimony, but I'll provide an overview and be able to answer any questions that you may have following it. Thank you, Chairman Duff and Conception, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly and Urencio, and distinguished members of the Executive Nomination Committee. I apologize in advance if I've said any names incorrectly. My name is Sonia Joyce Borrell Asari, and I'm honored to be nominated to serve at the State Election Enforcement Commission. Hereinafter, I will reference as SEEK. I am an attorney, compliance officer, adjunct professor, wife, and mother. I have served in several legal and leadership roles in the state of Connecticut. In addition, I am an adjunct professor at Capital Community College, Central Connecticut State University, and University of Hartford, where I have taught and am currently teaching micro and macroeconomics as well as business law. In 2022, I joined Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island as their Chief Compliance Officer. In my role at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island, I lead the corporate compliance program, government compliance program, as well as the commercial accreditation team. Prior to joining Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island, I served as the Regional Director of Integrity and Compliance for Trinity Health of New England, where I was responsible for conducting investigations, audits, and drafting policies and procedures. I also worked very closely with the Diversity Inclusion Office in conducting both investigations and trainings. I have held several legal and director level roles for the state of Connecticut during a 10-year tenure with the state. My roles included starting with the Secretary of State's office, where I was legal counsel and eventually became interim executive director for the Board of Accountancy before it was transferred to Department of Consumer Protection. I later returned back to the Secretary of State's office, leading the Business Reporting Division. I spent time at the legislature as a counsel for the House Democrats, and I also worked as legal counsel for the Department of Social Services. After leaving the state of Connecticut, I said before, I did work with Trinity Health in New England, but during that time, prior to that time, I worked for Travelers Insurance as well as Deloitte LLP in both regulatory and risk management roles. In 2003, I graduated from Spelman College with a BA in economics. And in 2006, I graduated from Syracuse College of Law with a certificate in business law and a master's in economics from the Maxwell School of Public Administration. While at Syracuse, I was a member of mock trial team, as well as the Moot Court Honor Society, and a member of the Black Law Student Association. In 2021, I completed my master's in business administration and a certificate in healthcare compliance from Quinnipiac University. And then in 2022, I received a certificate in diversity, equity, inclusion from Cornell University. I hold a healthcare compliance certification from the Healthcare Compliance Association, and I have a black belt designation in Six Sigma Lean Process Management. During my tenure with the state of Connecticut, I received several awards and honors, including being a member of the prestigious Governor Malloy's Aspiring. And I was honored for my fundraising endeavors with the Secretary of State's office with the Shirley Warden Volunteer Award in 2013 to 2014 for the United Way charitable giving campaign. I am also the recipient of Harvard Business Journal's 40 Under 40. And I was recently notified that I would be obtaining and have the honor bestowed upon me of 100 Women of Color in September of this year award. I currently serve as the chairman or chairwoman, I should say, for the Town of Windsor State Ethics Committee. I am a member of the Greater Hartford chapter of the Links Incorporated and the Greater Hartford chapter of Jack and Jill of America. I am a strong advocate for voter rights issues and previously served as the Assistant Registrar of Voters for the town of Manchester. And I have had the honor of having a national award for my efforts as a member of the Greater Hartford chapter of Links to coordinate statewide voter registration campaigns at the colleges and university here in the state of Connecticut. I'm a resident of and I reside with my husband, Daniel, and my children, Daniel and Nyla, in Windsor. I enjoy volunteering, fundraising, mentoring, vacationing, and spending time with my family. And I'm certainly honored and grateful for the opportunity to be before you today to provide my testimony in support of my nomination for chairman of the SEAT Commission. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. I think your experience and background is perfectly situated or perfectly suited for this particular position. Can you talk a little bit about your experience and background, specifically on the state side, and how that aligns with the roles and responsibility of SEEK?
Absolutely. So it's interesting. I actually started my career, as I said before, with the Secretary of State's office. And while I was not working directly in the election division, I was working in the Board of Accountancy. And then later, as I said, went to the Division of Business Reporting Division. But I would support any election activities and answering questions and phone calls anytime that we would have an election and help flex in to support that legal team. Um, Prior to that, my first job actually, and this just kind of is exemplary of the passion I have around voter rights issue, was calling individuals and getting them rides in Memphis, Tennessee to vote to the election and polling booths. So it's something I've always been extremely passionate about. I did have the opportunity when I moved to Connecticut to serve as an assistant town registrar of voters, as I said before, for the town of Manchester. And that was kind of the first experience actually working at a polling booth location, seeing some of the nuance and issues that would come up during that time. But it continues to be something that I do in my classroom, in my vocation and avocational work. And so having that opportunity to work in the Secretary of State's office and answer calls from constituents and lawyers who were supporting access and issues, that was always something that I was proud to do as a part of my role as with the Secretary of State's office.
Great. And I know this is an initial appointment. Have you attended any meetings already?
Yes, I have. I have. So I have been attending meetings since the fall.
That's great. And I always ask this for any nominee. Has anything surprised you, in your short term there from serving on Seek?
No, I have not been surprised. I think, my first meeting, we were dealing with a matter that, of course, has got national attention regarding Bridgeport. So that was a great introduction into the commission and the important work that we do around protecting the integrity and access to voting. So it has been a rewarding experience, and to kind of culminate all of the work that I do around voter registration and access issues. I've really enjoyed the opportunity to serve with the commissioners and look at these issues and provide guidance.
That's great. And just one last question before I turn it over to the rest of the committee. Given your background, work of the Secretary of State's office and everything else, what do you consider to be the biggest weakness when it comes to Connecticut's campaign finance laws?
I will have to tell you, I think one of the things that's extremely important to me is that individuals who choose to run for office should not be deterred from running from office because of the cost of running for office. And so I think that we are addressing that opportunity by having the citizens election program and having access to dollars so that anyone who chooses to run for office and who's qualified to do so has the ability to do so on both a local as well as a statewide scale. And so I think the work that the oversight and transparency there helps to ensure compliance. So I don't see that. I think that's something that I definitely saw as a weakness. Being outside of the process, just really feeling as if that you needed to have um, a lot of fundraising and dollars in order to have access to run. So seeing that that program is working efficiently is important to me. I would also have to say, as I stated, I started with the commission at a time when the Bridgeport matter was getting a lot of attention. So absentee ballots, I think they're important, but in protecting the integrity of balloting, and so that individuals who feel that they need to use an absentee ballot can do so and know that their vote will be counted and that it is free from any compliance issues or potential manipulation is something that we'll definitely have to continue to support and address as matters arise.
I appreciate that. And given that UConn beat Syracuse yesterday, we won't hold the fact that you went to Syracuse against you. And with that, we'll open it up to my committee members, starting with Representative Yacarino.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, and great to see you. Is it Miss Saar?
Sorry.
Sorry. Well,
Yes.
congratulations on your nomination. So you'll be taking over as commissioner or chairman for Andrew Cusato?
No, I'm a commissioner. So, yes. So we do still have the current chairman in place.
How many members? I'm ignorant to this. How many members are on the commission? And I should know this, and I don't.
5.
5. And it's a makeup of all different backgrounds. Doesn't matter political affiliation, or you don't even look at that.
That's correct.
That's good. To the follow-up with the Chairman Concepcion, what do you see as the biggest challenges? We had Bridgeport, obviously, and hopefully that's going to happen again. But going forward, we have early voting, presidential primaries, and then other primaries we have in our state, and then of course the general election. You're going to be very busy. What are you and the commission doing to prepare yourself for to work with elected officials, people running for office, and then town registrars and clerks?
Yeah, I think it's definitely important. We've recently passed legislation in the state of Connecticut that the commission review cases within a year time frame. I think timely review of complaints is extremely important, and that's something that we are working to do. Being able to support the legal counsel and to reviewing those cases and making recommendations on those matters that need to be investigated is important so that early. And I think, there's a lot of rhetoric around this election. It's interesting. We always say that every time there's a major election, there's a lot of rhetoric around there, but I think the temperature is a little different. So I think it's important to make sure that people feel safe and have the right to vote and again, access to voting. And then as they're dealing with ballot issues, that they have support to ensure that their ballots, whether it be absentee ballots or they're voting in person, are not compromised in any way. So I really feel like that really has to be the imperative, and people have to feel comfortable that when they're voting, that their rights are being protected at all times. So I think that's really the really needs to be the major priority and has been the priority of the commission.
I appreciate that because I do believe in our elections. Hopefully they're fair and they're clean. And unfortunately, you have bad actors sometimes that put a blemish on things. But I would hope the populace would finally believe that our elections are clean and fair. Unfortunately, I don't know if you could do anything as a commission to help alleviate that fear, or I don't know if you want. You don't even have to respond if you don't want to. But if you have a view, I'd like to hear it if possible. If not,
Yeah, I think that when individuals understand and trust that when they file a complaint, it will be properly investigated and reviewed. I think that's really the key. So if something does happen at the polling place or something happens prior to them going to the polling place, or they bring a matter to the attention of the commission, feeling comfortable that we are addressing those matters within the confines of the law without any bias being completely impartial and objective. That's extremely important, and that further gives comfort to individuals that the integrity of the vote is protected. I think regardless of where you land on the political spectrum, democracy is extremely important. We are seeing internationally, just even reference what's happening now in Haiti, when we don't have protected election and our democracy is not protected, the issues that can arise out of that. So, and we don't have to go to internationally. We've seen what happens, what has happened in our history when people have not felt that democracy was protected. So I think SEEK plays a very important role in our administering of the complaints that are brought before us, and doing so in a timely manner is giving comfort to individuals that, if they do have a concern, we'll address it swiftly.
I appreciate that. Just a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. Do you work closely with our registers of voters? They'll contact me once in a while. They're concerned about what they can do for early voting. We passed early voting in our state, and they just have concerns, obviously, because part of there's not enough funding, and that's not for you. It's for us to fund that. But are you working as your
I
commission?
don't know if I lost internet connection.
Hello? Are you there?
I think I may have lost internet connection at some point.
So are you working, does your commission work with the registers? Because they're really concerned, not just in my district, but I hear it throughout the state about early voting coming up for the primaries. I mentioned earlier, are you working close with them? That's why.
So I apologize. So not in my role as a commissioner, we do address complaints and referrals that come directly to us. I believe the process is they could either notify the Secretary of State's office, or they could file a complaint or concern directly to SEEK if they have concerns. But in my role as a commissioner, we are not directly involved in addressing concerns prior to them being complaints or referrals coming into our office.
And last question, do you feel your office, along with, I guess, the Secretary of State's office, are prepared for early voting?
So again, SEEK, in our role as commissioner, we would not address concerns regarding, and I think the question that you're asking is more or less related to preparation for early voting. We would address it unless a complaint was brought to our attention. That would be more aligned with the Secretary of State's role, which I could not speak to with their processes. But I do recall from the years of service I had with the Secretary of State's office that they do a really good job of providing training and information to help the registrar of voters prepare for early voting and voting.
I appreciate it. Is this a volunteer position or stipend position?
It is a stipend position.
I appreciate you have a great resume.
Thank you.
You've done a lot for a young woman, and God bless you. And I hope you do well, and I think you will on the commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The interesting thing about the compliment that you just gave, the thing that's going to stand out to me the most is that you called me a young woman.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's gonna make that made my day.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, we just have one last question that we ask of every nominee that comes before us. Before you go, is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate you taking the time to answer some questions from us.
Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for your service. And I appreciate you accommodating my request to attend remotely.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. The second item on the agenda for today is a Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Martin Guay of Bedford, Massachusetts, to be a member of the Board of Regents for higher education. Good morning. Just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Chairman Duff, Vice Chairman Looney, and Godfrey, ranking members Yacarino and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Marty Guay, and I'm honored to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to serve on the Board of Regents for CSCU. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Stanley Black & Decker. In this role, I have responsibility for our workforce strategies, our global philanthropy program, and important work streams in our innovation strategies. I have a strong interest in being a regent, and I have organizational support from my company to include our CEO, Don Allen. I also serve in many capacities in the state of Connecticut presently, to include being a board member of the Governor's Workforce Council, a delegate to the Advanced CT Board of Directors, and a delegate to the Connecticut Business Roundtable. As a business executive who has led business units inside of Stanley Black & Decker and in other organizations, my experience and learnings have demonstrated the importance of talent pipelines and educational ecosystems. My business leadership experience has shown me the importance of sourcing the right people for important jobs at all levels of the company. I have led global businesses, which allowed me to see talent ecosystems across the world. Some ecosystems are better than others. In short, a strong local education system is a great predictor of student success and of economic and business vitality. Workforce development is the key driver of economic development and community development. I'm very passionate about the importance of post-secondary public education. The most important mechanism to optimize the success of all citizens in Connecticut is to ensure that CSCU is vibrant and relevant for its students and graduates. All students should have meaningful job opportunities during their schoolwork and upon graduation. Alignment of higher education with the business community will ensure that graduates are being hired into great full-time jobs to start their careers or pursue second careers. I've spent the past few years working in the Capital Area Tech Partnership to do just this. Collaboration between CSCU and the business community needs to be improved and strengthened. The state of Connecticut will only be fully optimized when CSCU is at peak performance. To this end, I intend to work hard as a Board of Regents to support the mission, the students, and the CSCU system. Thanks for your consideration to be a regent for the CSCU board. If confirmed, I will serve with energy, thoughtfulness, and humility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. You know, I've gotten to know your work last couple of years from work at Stanley, and it's I'm glad you accepted the nomination from the governor. So congratulations on that. A couple things. One, you mentioned both the pipeline and the importance of the collaboration between the Board of Regents and higher ed and the business community. What can the board do to be a little bit better in creating that better pipeline?
You know, it's a great question, Chairman Concepcion, and I spent a lot of time talking with business leaders like the Chief Talent Officer, Travelers. Last week, I was with the Chief of Staff at ASML in Wilton, you know, and they have 1,600 jobs, and they just want to get better alignment with the community college and the regional colleges in the area because they have jobs. And of course, we have students. There is a bit of a chasm between business and higher education. Business doesn't always know exactly to describe what it wants. And academia has its own language and its own processes. But I think collaborating together to make sure that students get an internship and build, you know, hardwiring what I call the plumbing, putting the plumbing together. The first job's always the hardest. We all know this. We all have a first job story in our life. The second job's a little easier. The third job is our choice, typically. But we got to get young people into good paying full-time jobs. Because as I said earlier, workforce development is the key driver of economic and community development.
That's great. And you mentioned, I'm glad you did. You mentioned community colleges, which I think are critical for the future of the state. But we've seen over the last decade or so a sharp decline in enrollment when it comes to community colleges. What can the board as well, working obviously with us at the legislature do to promote the importance of community colleges. Obviously, there was a consolidation not too long ago, but obviously there's more work to be done there.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, and I think there's 70,000 students in our community college system today. I think it's really to keep them until graduation and to maintain their hope and to make it really to take down some of those issues, barriers, problems that they may have. I think the system is doing a lot of work in that area. No one is really satisfied with where we are. There's a lot of work to do. The trends of higher education, Connecticut has no monopoly on the problem of declining enrollment. It's a national problem. So we have to balance, the people with the resources. But I really think we have to keep the students in the program until they graduate. And that's why making sure they have internships and jobs is going to really create success for them, because I think train and pain, I mean, whatever you want to call this moment of, borrowing and not getting a job, this is something we need to fix.
Maybe my last question is more, I guess, more of a comment or a request. There's usually two students that serve on the Board of Regents, and we haven't gotten to interview them just yet. They were supposed to come last week, but they're one of the most, I think, impactful testimonies that we usually get every year. So I guess my request is to make sure that that the board listens to these young children or young kids that are taking part in, and obviously the day-to-day of the university systems.
I to that end, I'm having breakfast with one of them next Wednesday, New Britain, Luis Santos. So he's going to CSCU and he's got a great future ahead of him.
It's great. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'll open it up to committee members, starting with Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and stepping up. Do you
Thank
still live in Massachusetts, or?
I do.
It's a good pick by the governor, I guess. You must know because you have a very good resume.
We have a, just to, pardon me to interrupt you, Representative Yakarino. We have a adult son at home who's autistic and mentally disabled. So my wife has to, we would relocate years ago, but she's taking care of our son. So that's why I'm.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean.
Oh, no, not at all. But sometimes people say, hey, you're in Massachusetts, but I'm here every week. So.
You're close. Yeah.
Okay, of course. It's easier to get into Connecticut than it is into Boston, I can assure you that.
Yeah. I'm looking at your background is very impressive, and we really need a better pipeline. And I'm pretty simplistic. I don't think I think we make it too much. We make it more complicated than it really is, I believe. And I always believe in really starting the middle school, working up through high school, with communication with the trades or science or whatever it might be.
Right.
Where kids have an appetite and to do something different and hopefully believe in themselves to have that opportunity. And I think we could do it. I'm not sure I think how to do it is just have the communication with the businesses, the schools, and local schools, and like Southern or CS, Central or UConn, or even the private schools for that matter, to work. These are our programs. Let's have an internship here. This is how it should work. Try it in 8th grade and 9th grade, and then work your way up through high school. They do it in Germany. It's a small state. I mean, small country. I get it, but it could be done.
Right.
I visit Southern every summer. They have a materials manufacturing program.
Right.
I speak there, speak to students, speak to teachers, high school students, high school teachers and professors and tech teachers. I think it's a program that works, but we don't utilize it enough. And I don't know if I think you know about that.
I do, and I think your instincts are spot on. I think we really need to get people in early and expose them to a lot of things. And I think, people see what's possible. As a young person, they try and make it probable. And I think we need to enable that in a better way. I think there's a big opportunity here.
I think so. And I didn't go to college until I was in my 30s. I would join the Navy, and then I went to community college, and I was offered a scholarship to Wesleyan. And my kids were little. I just wanted to get some higher education,
right?
Which I did. Anyway, but as a young boy or teenager, I worked on engines. I worked on things. I knew I was mechanically inclined. If you're 21 or 22 and you don't know what you're going to do for college and you don't know how to work with your hands, you're sort of lost, I think. So we have to try, obviously parents and guidance counselors, we have to try to do something for these young.
One of the
men and women.
strategies, to your point, one of the strategies I'm responsible for inside of Stanley Black and Decker is to grow the trades.
Yeah.
It's a national strategy, but it's part global also. So I spend time with, the IBW, the pipe fitters, the vocational schools all around the country. And we're trying to get people into construction, sheet metal, painting, drywall, all these unions. We're working on this in Connecticut, because I think what happened in the community colleges is we went away from the vocational training to the pure, the pure classical training, and we lost a lot of people's ability to, I know all of our plumbers have second homes, so I think that's it's a good career for a lot of people. So we're working on that also, and I'm working with in the city of Hartford on that strategy.
I'll wrap it up. I'm friends with Chris Albrecht saying this day. I went to his 100th birthday Saturday night. Paul, I forget his last name. Our manufacturers was
Paul
there.
Lavoie.
Well, he
Yeah.
grew up in Wallingford, right near Albrecht.
Right.
There's a company that they do have internships in Lyman Hall and other schools, and they really try to bring more young kids in there. And most people that work there, they're there for 35, 40 years. There was a guy on film Saturday night that I just so happened, I used to play basketball with him years ago. He's older than me. 59, he went back to the work. He's still working there. 74, he loves it. And he's 10 years older than me. But the point is, there are a lot of good companies, but we need to have that. And I think you could bring this to the Board of Regents. Not just, we want academia, but we really need a practical job. We need everything.
Right.
We're never going to get everything, but if somebody like you, I think, could help a lot.
Yeah.
And
I appreciate
just
that.
just keep pushing.
We are.
Well, thank you for your indulgence, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? Just checking. Oh, we have a raised hand. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations, Mr. Wade, on your nomination. Based on your resume, I am sure you will do a fantastic job. With that said, I have a few questions. What is your position on the presence of armed police on community college campuses?
On armed police, I don't have a formal position on that right now, Representative Figueroa. I do think that it's up to the local and system offices to balance the risk posture of the students versus the the remediation steps, which could be armed police. But right now, I don't know enough now to give you a fair answer, nor if I don't know what the system's position is on that. But I spent about 20 years of my career in the security industry, so I'm very, very familiar with your concerns. And I think security is always the highest priority for our students and faculty.
I do appreciate your honest answer. I'm sure once you get into that position, you will be able to perhaps grab a better position into this question. So my next question is, student loan debt has become increasingly burdensome for college graduates. What steps do you think that can be taken by the Board of Regents to mitigate these students' debt levels?
And just for clarity, which types of student levels are you talking about?
The student loans.
Oh, the student loans. I think this is a societal issue. I think this cuts across all states, systems, and geographies. What the discussions that CSCU has been in and the Board of Regents is how do we make the system as cost advantageous for the students as possible. So everything the chancellor is doing in the system is trying to reduce costs for the students to make it the program more accessible. I know in the community college system, 54% of our students enrolled, which are 70,000, do not pay tuition right now. So we've made 100% access for the system. But again, we can do more, and I think your voice on this is clear that there are people that need help in this area.
I am so glad to hear, we have an agreement. I think every student should be given an opportunity regardless of our background. But unfortunately, this is not the case because many communities, do lack the opportunities to attend colleges because of, for me, it appears that, the fees continues to increase, taking more opportunities away from communities, as stated, and that are not able to pay this high increase in fees. So I am also glad to hear that. I think you said that we are considering other kind of education, which will be including perhaps like trades, right? How involved are you, or will you be in educating or seeking, if this falls within your role, Mr. Way, to offer more opportunities for kids that cannot attend, college, because obviously college is not for everybody. And I think I made that statement in the past. College is not for every child, whether for economical reasons or perhaps because, our minds are not there. But we are good, when it comes to developing skills, such like in, perhaps electricians, carpenters, or so on. So do you have an idea if you will be able, to perhaps advocate or push for this kind of programs as well?
Yes. Again, I have responsibility for that in my day job. And
Right.
we just launched a women in welding program in Philadelphia. I'm talking with Yolanda Rivera, who runs the Connecticut Building Trades program, and she's terrific. And I'm actually meeting with her in the IBW, head of IBW 35 soon. I agree with you. We need to figure out ways that are advantageous for all students, because college is not for everyone. For those who it is for, we have to make it affordable and we have to make it accessible. And we need to make sure that if people do the right things and finish, then they have good job opportunities. But we have to do that for others also who don't go to college. Absolutely. And I know that's a high priority for the system.
Thank you. Yes, I think we need to advocate more or to develop more programs, especially into technical schools. So I think that is a big plus. I just met a mother who has a 15-year-old son, and she just plain and simple told me, she says, my son just doesn't have the brain and he doesn't want to go to college. However, we are very pleased that I think let me see, there's that technical school in Stanford, right there. He is taking, I think he's going to become a plumber. So, that, well, she didn't really want that for her, but I said, sometimes it's not what we want, but rather what the kids can accomplish and what they want to pursue. So this is one of the reasons why I will continue to push, for these trades, to continue being advocated and programs to be implemented into either, technical schools or community colleges as well. So I thank you so much for your answers, and I hope you have a beautiful day and good luck into your new position once you are appointed.
Thank you, Representative Figueroa.
I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, before you go, we do have one last question. Is there anything in your past that you might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for spending your morning with us.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative Yacarino. Thanks.
All right. And moving right along, once I find my notes. There you go. The next item on our public hearing agenda is item number 3. It's another Senate joint resolution for review. It's the nomination of Theodore M. Yang of New Canaan to be member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. Good morning.
Morning.
you could just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Floor is yours for any opening remarks you might have.
Thank you. Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yacarino and Kelly, and members of the Committee on Executive and Legislative Nominations. My name is Ted Yang, and it is my honor to have been nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to serve as a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. I also personally appreciate the opportunity to cross off a bucket list item, giving testimony to the legislature here today. I am the son of immigrants who were both the first in their families to attend college. My parents fled China with nothing after the Civil War and ultimately made their way here to follow their American dream of having their children here in the United States. We were raised to value education and its transformative ability to improve lives. I know that without their educations, my parents could not have provided for us. Their journey fuels my daily drive. I graduated with both a bachelor and master's degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, subsequently navigated a career on Wall Street, and founded multiple businesses here in Connecticut, including Daily Voice and Highclere Castle Spirits. But my brother is the actual educator in this family, who is currently a professor at the University of Georgia, and clearly I had to one-up him by being nominated to this board. I've had the good fortune to launch several nonprofits here in Connecticut, including our state's largest COVID relief fund, 4CT, and Social Venture Partners Connecticut, both of which have impacted many lives here and served those most in need. I've learned through those experiences that our workforce here in Connecticut is the engine that drives our prosperity. As our largest public education system, the CSCU system is the system that educates Connecticut's workforce. Our strong policies have brought in net migration to our state, but without providing jobs for our Connecticut citizens, migration will not continue. Our employers in this state, including my own companies, know that our workforce is educated, but often not in the ways needed to fill the tens of thousands of job openings that we currently have. It is important that we commit to the needs of educating and training for the jobs of today and the future. Our system is the engine that uplifts immigrants like my parents, as well as those who have been here for generations. It serves both recent high school graduates, as well as those returning from the workforce to further their educations in person or online. We provide affordable education to those most in need of it. I've traveled across our state to visit all our colleges and universities, and the one thing that stands out is the caliber of our students and their commitment to bettering themselves. Our students are not second class. They are as bright as any you will find in the state, but many of them are first-generation students and had to overcome a lot just to make it into the classroom. We owe it to them to provide the best possible education, one that will lead to solid jobs. The creation of our system was not without its challenges, and the headwinds against higher education everywhere are strong. Serving on this board will be indeed just that, service. I've always been a person who runs towards the fire, and to serve our state, I offer my skills as an entrepreneur, innovator, and engineer. While I've solved difficult problems my entire life, this service will be both challenging and personal. 15 years ago, my 3 children were born extremely prematurely at Yale, and my 2 survivors are both developmentally delayed with special needs. Were it not for the care and services they received and are receiving here in Connecticut, they would not be alive or thriving today. Because of this, I can think of no better place to serve than here on this board, building the CSU program for the betterment of everyone in our state. I thank the governor for his confidence in me and all of you for giving me this consideration today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your nomination. I'm voting absolutely yes if you continue to bring that energy into the board. It's something that I think we all need. Just a couple questions on my end, and I had asked the previous nominee a little bit about the attendance or enrollment decline in community colleges, but there's also been obviously enrollment declines in just general university systems. So, it might, obviously there's a lot of factors to that, whether it's, tuition increases, lack of marketing, all that stuff. So what do you think it's the board's responsibility to increase the enrollment in our university systems?
Thank you, Chairman Concepcion. I agree. Enrollment is a critical challenge that we're facing now. However, as my colleague said, the headwinds against this are not just here in Connecticut, they are nationwide, in fact, worldwide. And it is important for us to align the offerings that we have at the community college level and throughout the CSU system with the needs of the workforce and of the students. I think it was previously brought up regarding issues of debt, and I think that is something that we need to fully address. We do offer an extremely affordable education with lower debt loads, certainly within the community college system than anywhere else that you're going to find, but even also within our CSU system. And again, our alignment, I think, in terms of providing good value and top-notch programs is second to none. We do have the largest community college system in New England. And it is something that we should all be proud of having put that together with its challenges, serving 70,000 students. I think that the brand, if you will, of that community college, CT State, is brand new and needs to get out there more so people understand that there is a great value hidden here in terms of sending your children to a place of learning that is frankly not the community colleges that I encountered when I grew up, maybe not for everyone else, but is a fantastic training place with amazing programs that are filling the top 3 needs of our workforce right now, which of course are manufacturing, IT, and healthcare.
And I appreciate that. And I think you're right. I don't think we do enough to market our own, our own assets that we have here in the state. So that's another kind of to do for the board to continue that progress in marketing our own university systems, because I agree with you wholeheartedly, where we have some absolute gems here in this state that that we should be promoting as much as possible. Have you attended any meetings already?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Anything surprised you since joining the board?
No, I think that as you've pointed out, as everyone has pointed out, there are a lot of challenges. There is a lot on our plate. And, certainly I think myself and fellow regents are working as hard as we can together with the administration, together with the chancellor, the college presidents, and everyone else in the system to manage a lot of those challenges and headwinds. I wouldn't say I was surprised by that. I knew that going in. And as I said, I can want to run to the fire and see what I can do to help put it out.
And I appreciate that. And, what do you think the board's responsibility is when it comes to retention of these grads, right? I mean, I think when we're talking about workforce and quality workforce, and again, we are churning them out. It's about keeping them here in the state of Connecticut. So, what do you believe the board's responsibility is for that, working with other departments, right? Because it's not just the board, it's, DECD's got to be involved in it. We got to create a quality of place for individuals, housing, all that stuff is all intertwined in keeping these. But specifically on the board side, what do you believe the responsibility is?
Sure. Well, I certainly believe the board's responsibility is working with the chancellor and his team to set the strategy and the tone of all of that. Certainly it is a challenge for us, but this is the system, again, that educates the workforce of Connecticut. Our students are 95+% from the state. I think it's 98% for CT State, the community college. And our retention rate of people who stay in the state and work in the jobs here is way above 95%. So I think the key, as you pointed out, Chairman, is that we have to provide housing. We have to provide the connections. We have to make sure that we're doing the internships, again, as my colleague brought up, so that students are exposed to jobs. In fact, I think that it absolutely is critical that from day one, we don't miss the point of why our students are here, which is to be able to provide a good living for themselves and their families, right? In fact, some of them are doing that at the same time, right? And some of them, maybe, again, our typical student is no longer the image that you might have of 18 to 22 coming straight out of high school, right? Our system deals with students who are working, who have families, some cases of their own, and are balancing all of that. A key important part of retention, I think, is being able to redefine what we mean when we talk about graduation rates, when we talk about enrollments and these kinds of things, because the student today, especially in our system, is not going on a singular linear path. And I appreciate what has been done with PACT and with other programs to bear that in mind, that in many cases, they're going back to work. They may have to take a semester off or several semesters off for family reasons, again, or for work reasons, and that we provide those on and off ramps for students to easily access our system and learn the ways that they need to learn, again, so that we can retain them here in our state and they can work hard for all of us.
Appreciate that. I'll open it up to my colleagues, Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I asked so many questions to the previous nominee, but one question I didn't ask, and we could follow up some of the questions I asked. What does the Board of Regents, do they ever visit because our numbers are down, declining enrollment. Especially under young men for the year, it's been at least 5 or 6 years now where the enrollment has declined. Women is not so much. Do you ever visit the community colleges, the 4-year institutions? Does anybody ever visit there and say, what's going on? What can we do better? Or the high schools, what do we have a job, like a career fair? I mean, it should be done, I think, a couple of times a year, but there's a disconnect somewhere. And I'm not in that role, so I don't really know, and you will know, but there's a disconnect. Not just, we can't worry about the rest of the country, but in Connecticut, there's a disconnect. So would you be willing to take the board of regents and maybe do a tour? I know it's volunteer, but.
Well, it's volunteer, but we're making a commitment to our state
Right.
and we intend to honor it, Representative
Good.
Yacarino. I personally have visited all of our sites. So I visited all 12 campuses of CT State as well as all 4 CSUs. I think that is absolutely, I agree with you completely that we need to be on the ground, talking to people and asking. I don't think we can do that enough, finding out exactly what's going on. Again, enrollment is a problem. I would point out that 2 of our institutions, including Southern, have increased their enrollments as well as CT State. Now, let's factor that in with a healthy dose of there was an overall enrollment increase post-COVID that's happening. So let's, but we're not resting on our laurels, right? I think it is absolutely critical that we continue to focus on the needs of the student, understand what their challenges are. And again, the best way to do that is absolutely, I agree, by meeting them where they are.
Southern, I just know because I don't live that far from there. I visit there for many years. I think they do a very good job overall, but that's, maybe we could model what they're doing. And back to the high schools, I know your board of regents, but I visit high schools on a regular basis in my community to talk civics, government, just a lot of anything kids want to talk about, just so they know who the representative is. Don't ever ask about voting, just learning what we do, what they want. I asked the kids, most of them, and this is probably about 80 students now in the last month. Most don't know, and they're 11th to 12th grade. By now, they should know if they're going to go to school. They don't know what they're going to do. And they asked me, I said, you have to talk, you should know yourself or talk to your parents or guidance counselor. I'm just here to talk about government and see how you're doing and, history and stuff like that. But shockingly, and it wasn't this way 5 or 6 years ago when I, we speak to prior classes. This last year, especially I shouldn't say most, well, 60% did not really know what they're going to do. Military, and I, so that's up to you. You talk to a recruiter. You got to talk to your parents. I'm not your parent. But shockingly, they didn't. I don't know if you see that when you go visit any schools, but kids are really uncertain today. I think that's the world, maybe. I don't know.
I agree with that statement. I certainly see that in my own children. What I would say is that it is absolutely important that we, again, reach out to students younger and make them fully aware. This kind of goes not just to brand, but also to understand what our programs are and what we do. The question I think was asked earlier about what could be done at the legislative level. I think Chairman Concepcion, you mentioned that question. Dual enrollment is what I would say is one big answer to that, right? Getting students to be able to have a college experience while they're in high school. All right. And by this, I hope that to be a on-campus, with a class that not just gives you credit, but gives you a feel for what it's like to be a college student and live as a college student with that level of independence and responsibility, I think is critical. I think it is absolutely the case that students today want to change the world. They want to do things. They're not uncertain how, they may be uncertain how. Right. And I think we need to provide those resources. So dual enrollment, again, I think is something that we in this state don't do as much as other states, and is something that we can improve. And is certainly, I know that President Maduko and Chancellor Chang, they agree completely with that statement. And we would we would appreciate help from all of the branches of government to work together with that so that we can put that messaging into our high schools. And again, for all, public and private, frankly, but certainly for UConn and CSCU. I
would go as far as also, the trades, manufacturing, and you need
Absolutely.
an education for that anyway, mathematics, engineering. I'm the co-chair of the Bioscience Caucus of the state, and that's just one sector, but with science, you need manufacturing, you need productivity. But keep saying that we need to go somehow have a connection from the eighth and ninth grade all the way through high school, because then you have a better understanding. You both have an important role, and I appreciate you both stepping up. But I couldn't stress enough as somebody that's older that we really need to have, we don't have we don't have communication. I don't know why, but there's not enough communication. Maybe advertising, which is free, really, social media, getting into the schools. There's a lot of, I just met with Judy Olean for Quinnipiac. There's a lot of scholarships that kids don't know about. And they think they can't afford it. So, I said to her, maybe you guys communicate more through the high schools. Kids don't know, that there's maybe programs that could help them. Maybe they come from a family, they don't have enough money, and it could help them, get their foot in the door.
Yes.
Be it a 2-year gateway or any of the community colleges, 4-year institution, or a company, a workforce company.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I think that it is an opportunity that we're not doing enough to take advantage of. And I think it's also something that if we do better, it's to the benefit of the students and of the state. I have attended some career fairs that have been on our campuses. Again, if you can get a high school student on the campus already, you've already accomplished something, right? We can also meet them where they are. I think that's more challenging now. I think high school students are under a lot more pressure than they were decades ago. Coursework is more difficult. Social media and these kinds of pressures are intense. So maybe not the best thing. Maybe get them out of that, those places and get them into our campuses. Which again, we're everywhere in this state, right? Our community colleges everywhere in this state. Our CSU campuses, are major areas around this state. We have the facilities, and you're right, we should make use of those to help bridge the gap with high schoolers.
So when I was at North Haven High, some of the girls weren't sure. They thought about nursing, and I see Gateway has a nursing program. They didn't know that. Now, I don't know why the guidance counselor doesn't tell them that, but they have a good program to get their foot in the door to either go to Southern or wherever, anywhere. But you get a 2-year education at a very low cost, or free in many cases.
Absolutely.
I don't want to take any more time up, but I appreciate you stepping up, both of you. I know you'll do your best. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, we have one last question we ask about every nominee. Is there anything in your past that might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yang. Congratulations again on your nomination.
Thank you, Chairman.
So that will do it for the public hearing portion of our meeting. So with that, we will adjourn the public hearing portion and we'll convene the committee meeting in a few minutes. Thank you. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. We are back at it here. I will call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Tuesday, March 26, 2024 to order. Any remarks from, no, Senator Duff's not here, but any remarks from my ranking members?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Ms. Carpenter. As you recall, on a previous meeting, we had a nomination of Hillary Carpenter of Windsor to be the correction ombuds. While many of us, including you, Mr. Chair, we all expressed our concerns with this nomination, I think we all expected that the nominee would vote and her vote would move forward for the nomination to further consideration by the House and the Senate in order to allow her to address our concerns. Unfortunately, the vote in that committee resulted in a tie. Fortunately for our joint rules, allow us to reconsider our vote at the next committee meeting. Today's meeting is that opportunity. Therefore, pursuant to subsection C of Joint Rules 5, I move that we reconsider the vote of the nomination of Hillary Carpenter to be correction ombuds. Motion?
Second.
Motion made by Representative Yacarino, seconded by Representative Rutigliano. So the motion is the reconsideration of Hillary Carpenter as a corrections ombudsman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Oh.
Right.
Yep.
Hold on. Oh, Mr. Chair?
Representative Yacarino?
Mr. Chairman, with the passage of that motion, I move that we favorably report the resolution to appoint Hillary Carpenter as correction ombudsman.
Is
Motion's
motion
been made.
made by Representative Yacarino?
Yes.
It's second by Representative Rutigliano. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yacarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes,
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Nucio,
Rep. Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Rutigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item, we will leave the votes open till 3 p.m. Today. Next item on the agenda, we have a House Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion? Motion made by Senator Martin. Second by Representative Yacarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino, yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
yes,
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Retigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving along, we have second item, which is another House joint resolution. This is the nomination of Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion? Moved by Representative Yakarino. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Kelly. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Retigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is another House joint resolution. This is the nomination of Seth Zimmerman of New Haven to be a member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Yakarino. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Kelly. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo,
Mm.
Representative Quinn, Representative Retigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is another House joint resolution for review. This was the nomination of Stephen C. Higgins of West Hartford to be a member of the State Education Resource Center Board of Directors. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Representative Yakarino. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Kelly. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Retigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Summers votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is again, another House Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of Sonia Worrell Asare of Windsor to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Representative Yakarino. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Kelly. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ritigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
All right. Oh, Senator Summers is here.
Summers votes yes.
All right. Next item on the agenda. This is a Senate joint resolution for review. This is the nomination of Martin C. Guay of Bedford, Massachusetts, to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. Is there a motion? Motion made by Senator Kelly. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Yakarino. In discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ritigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Summers votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And last but certainly not least, we have another Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Theodore M. Yang of New Canaan to be member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Senator Kelly. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn, Representative Ritigliano, Representative Sanchez, Senator Summers.
Summers votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, we will stand in recess till 3 p.m. Today. And our next meeting is scheduled for this Thursday at 11 o'clock, same room, 1A. So see you then.
You.
Hi, Representative Sanchez.
Present.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So I can take your votes. Let's start with Martin Gouet to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. How do you vote?
Yeah. Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Sonia Worrell Asare to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Sanchez votes yes.
Stephen C. Higgins to be appointed to the State Education.
Sanchez votes yes.
Seth Zimmerman to be a member of the State Board of Education.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the Board of Education.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
There was a motion to reconsider Hillary Carpenter. How do you vote?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
There's one more. Theodore Yang to be a member of the Board of Regents of Higher Education.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Hello, Representative D'Agostino.
Hello.
There were a few votes.
Okay.
The first was to reconsider Hillary Carpenter.
Hold on a second. I can't hear you.
No.
Just- Okay, say it again.
The first was to reconsider Hillary Carpenter.
Yes.
Oh, you vote yes?
Yes.
The next is for Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Seth Zimmerman to be a member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Stephen Higgins to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Sonia Worrell Asare to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Yes.
Martin Gouet to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
And Theodore Yang to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
What's the count on the reconsideration?
Currently 10 yes, and several were absent.
Right. Thank you.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Hello, Senator Hartley. Can you hear me? Senator Hartley, can you hear me? I believe there's some mark. Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, there's Tony. She said, "Hi, Tony."
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, wait, I'm muted. I can't hear you. Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. There were a few votes today. The first was to reconsider Hillary Carpenter.
For what position?
Not quite sure. It was, I believe it was the parole officer office.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. I'm covering today.
oh, is Wendy not here?
No, she's not.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so Hillary covered. So are we re-voting this one?
Yes.
Could you tell me? Oh, God, I'm looking at the agenda.
She wasn't on the agenda. It was a motion made during the committee meeting to reconsider her. I understand there was a tie with the last vote.
Oh, geez. Okay, I've got a. I think I voted for the last time. Yeah. Okay, let's circle back to that one. Okay.
Sure. The other is for Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that it?
And there's more. Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Okay. Seth Zimmerman to be a member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Stephen Higgins to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Sonia Worrell Asare to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Yes.
Martin Gouet to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yeah, he's from Massachusetts.
Yes.
Yes.
Theodore Yang to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes. Yes. So let me go back. So Hillary, what's her name? Hillary, what's the whole name?
Hillary Carpenter.
Carpenter. And she's being considered what position?
I believe they mentioned something about parole.
DOC?
Possibly.
So can you tell me what's the count for her right now?
10 voted yes.
How many no?
Nobody's voted no. We just have several that have been absent.
How many you got absent?
1, 2, 3, 9.
Do you know why we're revoting her?
Because there was a tie last time.
Oh. Okay, in the affirmative.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, Representative Perillo.
Hello?
Okay, so there were several votes today. Starting with the reconsideration of Hillary Carpenter for corrections ombuds.
Yes.
Next is Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Seth Zimmerman to be a member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Stephen Higgins to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Sonia Worrell Asari to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Yes.
Martin Gaway to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
And last is Theodore Yang to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator Kushner. How are you? I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So the first vote is for Hillary Carpenter to be reconsidered as the correction ombuds.
And I'm a no.
Okay. Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Seth Zimmerman to be a member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Stephen Higgins to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Sonia Worrell Asari to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Yes.
Martin Gaway to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
And last is Theodore Yang to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Senator Duff. How are you? You're muted.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good,
Um,
good.
So for the first vote, there was a voice vote to reconsider Hillary Carpenter that passed, and so it's to vote Hillary Carpenter on as the correction ombuds.
Yep, I'll vote, Senator Duff votes yes.
Okay. The second is for Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Seth Zimmerman of Prospect to be a member of the State Board of Education.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Stephen Higgins to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Sonia Worrell Azare to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Senator Duff, is that a joint resolution?
Let me check the agenda. She came and spoke today at the public hearing.
They did or didn't?
She did. She spoke in the public hearing today.
I'm sorry, I'm just not looking at the agenda.
House Joint Resolution.
Okay, great. Senator Duff votes yes.
Martin Gouy to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Theodore Yang to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Senator Duff votes yes.
That's all of them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Senator Moore.
01. 001.
Hi, Senator Moore. Can you hear me?
Like the down in the room, Bridget.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I want to vote.
Okay. So the first vote is for Hillary Carpenter as correction ombuds.
I'm a no.
Okay. The next vote is for Connor Cohen of Fairfield to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
I'm a yes.
Okay. Yasmin Galal of Prospect to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Okay. Seth Zimmerman to be a member of the State Board of Education.
Who was it?
Seth Zimmerman.
Yes.
Okay. Stephen Higgins to be appointed to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Okay. Sonia Worrell Asare to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Yes.
Okay. Martin Gouet to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
And Theodore Yang to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Let me ask you, for the Board of Regents, are those paid positions?
I'm not quite sure. I'm honestly just covering this committee.
Okay.
I know the students aren't paid when they're appointed. I don't know about the other people.
Thank you.
No problem.
Bye.